Hey guys, welcome to another voiceover. My name is Takumi-chan, and this term's voiceover, I'm gonna be showing you guys how I'm gonna paint Gura from Hololive. So, this is my take on her design. Her original design obviously isn't like this, but you know, just for fun, I kind of wanted to like pin up her design a bit. So, yeah. Anyways, I have this specific look in mind. This is the sketch I did, and I'm gonna see if I can kind of achieve what I want. Hopefully I can, but as you can see, I've already done the sketch, and I did refine this. This is second refine of the sketch that I did previously, which is a lot messier. This is take two, a bit cleaner, and I've already went ahead and pretty much did the blocking. I usually work with the blocking after liner, so we got all the separate pieces blocked in, such as her body, face, hair, and stuff like that. Sometimes I do different blockings for different character depending on what the character is wearing, etc. And the background, you guys know I always use photo stock for them because my main focus is usually characters, and my favorite place to grab these photo stock is Adobe Stock. And again, these are previews of those stocks in which, because I'm not sure if I'm gonna commit to them afterwards, because sometimes I like to change it up a bit, so I'm using the previews for now, and if I really like it and I'm gonna go with it, then I will go ahead and buy the high-res version after I'm sure I'm gonna use it. Otherwise I'll be just wasting my credit, because Adobe Stock is kind of pricey. So I like to kind of play around with the previews of the stocks first. Then if I, 100% sure I'm gonna use it, then I buy it. Cause I've wasted a lot of credits in the past. Kind of just. Anyways, let's get to Gura. So I hope this works out. I'm not sure if the background will be good because her design is mainly blue. Well, she is a shark. Hopefully it will work out. But let's get started. I'm just gonna go ahead and put some references on my other screen for her design, because I like to work with reference at all times, especially for her, because she has a specific look, and I would like to capture her look in my style as close as possible. So I'm just gonna make sure I can see her reference at all times. Okay, now that I've done that, let's go ahead and do color blocking. Hold on one sec. I'm just okay. Just prepping everything. Okay, let's get started. Alrighty, so let's get started with the skin. Usually I like to blocking the skin first. So let's go ahead. I'm gonna go for I'm trying to think which tone should I go. I can go maybe here. Gonna go cool tone first. Cool tone shadow first. So this is gonna be the shadow. I'm going to layer on the highlights after. So I got that, and then her shirt. So I had in mind her lifting up her shirt because I always have to make my characters have their skin revealed as much as possible. Male and female, I don't discriminate. I just wanna paint the anatomy as much as I can. So that is the reason for this particular choice of design. Okay, So I have the shirt, and we're gonna go ahead and pick the color. I think I want to go with a white. Let's go with white for the undershirt. And then we have the her classic baby blue kind of color for her shirt, for her hoodie. And then I see that she's got a bit of gradient actually to the sleeve. So let's just go ahead and do that right away. As for the undershirt, I'm still using a blue kind of undertone. I also like to balance out the blue with a bit of yellow. And I actually had to do this pose myself, you know, with the shirt lifting and stuff, because I have no idea how that's supposed to look, and just to have proper reference of how that's supposed to look really helps. Also, I forgot to kind of include the hoodie here. It's supposed to be a hoodie, and her hoodie is well, it's not exactly accurate to the design, so what I'll do is let's have most of it blue and then with a white trim. So this is a bit of a slight tweak on her design a bit, because her design is actually not like this. This is gonna just be a little change. And she's got cute it's called the little teeth design on her hoodie. I wonder if I should, in her designs, white undercolor, but you know, it's kind of, she's got like on a separate area of her designs, she's got like pink mouth. Maybe I should have that, I don't know. I might change the color to white again, who knows. And just try it out and see how that looks. And then the neck, face, and we got the hair. She's got pale hair with blue streak. So let's go ahead and paint her hair. So I did slightly change her hair a little, her hairstyle a little, because you know, play around with that, because I feel like this particular hairstyle is quite popular in Japan, and since I'm aiming for like a semi-realistic style-ish, I felt like this hairstyle would look good on her in this style. So yeah, I might have to put this part in shadow, so I'm just gonna darken that part. I darkened it using the filters here. There's a bunch you can play around with. I usually like brightness, contrast, hue, saturation, and color balance. These three I play around with more often. Now for the back of the hair, so let's go ahead and do that. And I'm gonna add some bright highlight and maybe a little bit of blue for undertone of the white hair. I'm not so sure about this area, just because the background itself around this area is quite bright, so I want to kind of make sure her hair stands out, so it probably needs to be darker than that side. I don't know. We shall see. Or alternatively, I can kind of make sure, actually no, I can't do that. Let's go here, apply a filter. Actually, no. That does not look good. Okay. Let's go with multiply. Multiply and add a bit of shadow around this area. Well, anyways. I don't know. Maybe if I move this a bit. Hold on. What if I move this? Yeah, maybe if I move this, or I'm gonna duplicate the image and just remove that side, have this side a little bit over so that her hair can stand out against the cloud. Let's bring back the cloud there. So it's kind of hard. Actually, maybe this one will be better. So I have two background images that I plan to test out. Whichever looks better with the composition of her hair and stuff. Actually not so sure. Anyways, I suppose we'll leave it at that. Just want to kind of get everything done. So as for her little tail there, I just implied it a little over under there. And then we have the bikini. Just gonna go ahead and roughly block it in. So this is the part with the little teeth. Kind of trying to incorporate a bit of her outfit design into the bikini. And this is where the pinky or the red tone comes in. Anyways, that's what that's supposed to look like. Now that that's done, oh yeah, I forgot the one strap here, and then her swim. I was aiming for a swimming bottom, like swim bottom. There we go. Okay. Anyways, I wanted for this texture to be latexy, so hopefully I can make that happen. So now I'm gonna, you know what, I'm gonna try something different, although it might not be too different after I'm done. I mean, towards the end result, probably look like all my other pieces, the process anyways. I mean, the end result of the shading. So I'm gonna go ahead and use the airbrush and do some slight little shadow around the line art. Usually don't rely on the shadow too much. I'm doing this on a separate layer, so I can kind of remove it easily. And I gotta do it underneath too. I'm being kind of rough with it because I feel like I'm probably not gonna rely on this too much. I just want to have a bit of shading going on. And then the belly button. Let's give her some abs, because who knows what's underneath those her clothing and stuff. Well, the chest is no mystery, but what about her stomach? Anyways, A bit of shadow here. And then have a bit of shadow there. So I'm going for, let me see where the highlight is gonna come from. Let's go for this side. This side, I mean. Top right side. So let's go ahead and start adding that in. So I'm gonna have to, let's see, there'll be shadow here. This is where the highlight's coming from, so that's where I'm just making the rough base of where it's coming from. And then after, just going to refine it a little, and then I can go ahead and start adding more shadows and stuff. Wonder if I'm gonna add a little nipple impression, you know, just to add that extra little details and all. And add a tiny bit of highlight on her hand, and keeping in mind the sleeve will probably cast a shadow on the hand, just keeping a little space for that. As well as for the hand, casting a shadow on the abs. I'm actually not sure. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that, and we will adjust. So there's gonna be shadow casted from the sleeve and hand onto the hip. And the rest should be actually, let me don't really wanna put the shadow all the way on the leg, so actually let's remove that. Okay, actually not too sure how I'm gonna let me try playing around with the highlight. So let's go be like this. Have a bit of highlight there, and like that. And then flip it. Let's see how that looks. At least, to be honest, at least the background has a nice balance on this one in terms of framing the highlight. So we got the bright being contoured by the shirt, so it contours the highlight nicely. Let me just go ahead and fix it a little. On this side, I might not add any highlight, and then add a bit of highlight on the teeth as well. Okay, actually maybe can add a bit of highlight on shirt like this. Let me merge everything down. So that is a quick way of kind of going about shading, adding just rough highlight and shadow. And of course it is not the end, because now I'm gonna go in. Let's make a new layer. Go in and just adding a bit of color into the highlight. It's probably gonna be shadow from the chest here. Highlight here. So have gradual shadow all the way down here. And then we're gonna have some rim light in the shaded area. Let's go ahead and use this color. Let me just zoom out real quick. Let's go ahead and play around with that color that we just added. Let's go with this. Just adding a bit of color. Because if you can see here, it's a little blend. Let's just say. Just adding some variety of warm tone in the highlight and shadow, and then go into the face, and we're gonna try to do the same. So let's go ahead. We're gonna get, oh, hold on, gotta lock that in. There's gonna be a rim light underneath the face for sure from the intense amount of highlight coming from here, so the light is gonna bounce right on top of the face. I'm gonna get a little bit of highlight underneath the mouth, the eyes, and go in here. The whites of the eyes is gonna be blue for the most part inside, and then we have her pretty blue eyes. I might change the, let me see, change the tone of her eyes. Might be a bit too blue. And then we have the lips. And then we have inside of the mouth, gonna be a dark reddish color with her tiny little shark teeth. I'm still not sure. Okay, maybe, okay, I need to make sure it looks balanced. So let's just go ahead and do that for now. And for the eyes, I'm going to use the airbrush, line the eyes with a dark color to bring out her eyes. I might actually remove that later on, but for now I'm just gonna have it up there. Who knows? I always change stuff anyways. But this is the first pass. So just adding some basic highlight, shadow, etc. I'm gonna go ahead and use this almost grayish color on the face. And then contour it. I'm just trying out a few type of lighting for the face to see which one looks the best. This is definitely not what I had in mind, but I will probably change it later. And then just gonna have a little bit of shadow underneath the hair. The hair will probably need work as well, actually, because it looks too solid. Let me reduce the lines. So for the hair, what I'm gonna do is just make it a little darker and also add a bit of skin toning here. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this manually as well. So, time to shade this a little. Using a solid round brush, I'm just gonna go ahead and what's it called? Add that little hair texture. So I'm gonna add her blue highlights after. I think it will be easier. I just need to create a solid base for her hair. Just adding some shadow. I'm gonna use the lasso tool here to help me so I can highlight this side right here. Make it nice and clean. Ooh, without the lines, it's really interesting. Okay, let me copy the face lines. I'm gonna merge down onto the face layer. Honestly, most of the problem areas that I deal with is the face, because I suppose I just have a specific look I'm going for, and sometimes I can't really pull it off the first try. I have to keep kind of editing and stuff like that. Yeah. Sometimes it's very frustrating. Hopefully this time won't be, but I have a feeling that it might turn out that way. So okay. I'm going to rotate now. Rotate. So since our face is on a separate layer, I can play around with it. And for the eyes, I can also kind of play around with the shape. Just wanted to make it nice and even. And as for the mouth, kind of want to make her open it a bit more. Maybe her tongue could be sticking out a little. I'm gonna go ahead and make that brighter. I might also change the color of the lips later too. I'm actually not sure if this will work. But yeah, let's go with that. With the tongue in the way, I can't really see her little teeth. Well, actually, I think that's what I'm trying to do. Hide the teeth, because it was looking a little weird, so one way to do that is just to hide those problem areas you're having trouble with. Let's go ahead and do the eyes. And then the nose, so I'm gonna go ahead and use a separate layer for this. I'm gonna go ahead and add the shadow for the nose. Let's go ahead and add a bit of highlight on top. Gotta make sure to blend it in. And then I have the nostrils. Actually, I might end up... Okay, hold on. Add some shadow here. And I'm gonna use a warm tone for the shadow. I was gonna use a cool tone for the shadow, but then it kind of looked muddy, so I use a warmer tone and it is definitely better that way. The tongue looks so out of place. I'm gonna see if I can change it up a little. Okay, that's pretty cute. Kind of like that shape. I'm still gonna have the highlight underneath the nose. Highlight underneath the eyebrows. And zoom in here. I'm gonna use the smudge tool and smudge her eyes out. Okay, now let me see here. So I'm looking at the small preview, and before the eyes to me was something might have been a bit too far away, so I'm just kind of trying to adjust her face. To make it a bit more balanced. Let's go ahead, clean this part. Oh, whoops. I think I could probably do some highlight too. And so we're gonna do pretty much the same thing here. I'm gonna highlight the area where I think the face is gonna be. Highlight, 1 second. Okay, we're back. Let's continue. Okay. So we're gonna have the shadow from the hair. Let's go ahead and do highlight here. I'm going to be editing this afterwards, so just for now we're gonna... oh man. Okay, let's just do this. This is a weird shape. Let's do this for now. Definitely weird. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start editing the shape. Let's see if I can do a little anime shadow here with the nose. I don't think it works in this style, but I'm gonna try it. Yeah, it's not looking too great. I got the eyes highlight at least. some more highlights on the side here, and her ear is gonna be in highlight as well. What if I have all of this area in highlight? And then we have the shadow here. We're gonna get some eyelash shadow on this side of her eye. And maybe like that. And maybe a little bit of the highlight on here. And softly, no. Let's have it on all of the side of the face, but actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I'm okay with this much. Maybe I'll have it on that side, and the rest I will have it on this side. Let me see how that looks. Okay. Don't think it works too well. Maybe like that. Nope. Okay, let's go with... oh, hold on. Go with like this, and then I'm gonna create another layer, constrain it down, continue from here, add a bit of gray tone to balance out the overwhelmingly warm tone in her face. And let's go ahead and shadow on this side of her eyes. Her upper eyelid's catching a bit of that highlight from the environment. And gonna line her eyelid here with a super, well, not super, it needs to be warmer highlight, warmer shadow, sorry. And add the pupil in. Might need to change the direction of her eyes, where it's looking actually. Let me flip it. Kind of like that. I changed the direction a little. Anyways, let's keep working on it. Usually I pretty rough at the beginning, and then I don't actually start making any progress on refining until later, quite later on. Okay, let's see. This is before. Actually, let me go ahead and do the shadow for the hair. Oh. I mean, yes, the shadow for the hair. And oh, hold on. Remove the highlight. Because it just didn't look too great to me, but I do like the lighting for the eyes, so I'm keeping it there. There we go. Merge down. Auto contrast. Oh god, it's too much contrast. I'm gonna go ahead, refine the ear a little. And also the face. And I'm going to make the line. Ooh, with the line art, it looks pretty cool. I'm gonna go ahead and start working on the rest of her. Using the colors that is already there on the face, I'm gonna be reusing some of that. Let's go ahead, add the highlight on the top rim of this fabric. So that I can give her hoodie fabric a bit of thickness when I'm rendering it. And then going on ahead, add a bit of shadow where the hoodie is laying on top of the shoulder area. As for the shoulder, actually, gonna go ahead and add a little bit of highlight on that shoulder to give it a bit more contrast to the highlight. And then gonna go ahead and shade the fold here a bit better. Hold on. And then using the lasso tool, I'm gonna select those tight areas, and so I can have it selected. Gonna go ahead and adjust the shadow too. And of course, I gotta continue on the fold in the shadow up towards here, so there's a continuation for that. And I'm gonna add a bit of beige in some of these areas to balance out the cool tone in the fabric. Let me just add some more shadow underneath that hood part. Okay, Okay, I might need to reshape the sleeve. It looks a little too poofed up on that side, so decrease that a bit. And then I'm gonna go in, create a bit of folds for the sleeve. There. And let's see. I would like it to be a bit darker. Like that. Merge down. Once that's done, I'm gonna go in and refine the folds now. I'm gonna indicate the seam of the hoodie as well. Seam at where the sleeve is connected and stuff. Using the lasso tool, indicating where the highlight is for one of the folds. And I'm gonna do the same for this. Of course, you can see it's making some areas sharper than it should be, so going back in after the lasso tool to blend it all in. And this part is really might be a bit too many wrinkles there, I mean ripples, but let's go ahead and refine that a little, bring back the line art so that I may see what I had in mind. So I'm gonna add the shadow on this one fold here. Shadow around here too. And just kind of gradually blending in the white gradient for sleep. Oh, sorry, not sleep, sleeve. Actually, you know what? Let's take this line art real quick. And I'm gonna just merge it down to use as a guide. So now we have the line art. I'm going to blend the line art in with the shading of the sleeve that I already have, and getting a little more detail. I'm gonna start having a bit of her skin tone there reflecting off of the blue shadow part of her sleeve. Let's add a bit of shadow there. Bit of highlight here. Continue on here with some more shadow, highlighting that side, and also increasing the silhouette. There. And then add a bit of shadow underneath this fold here. I could probably actually add a bit of highlight underneath the shadow. And immediately we're gonna go ahead and add the highlight and then shadow again. And then this is where the sleeve is gonna start, the sleeve opening. blended. Oh my god. Okay, probably not. Looks a little muddy. I gotta add some more detail so it makes sense. Add some more shadow here. Okay, probably, I guess probably like this. Here's some more wrinkles. Okay. Alright guys, so I was working on the face a little, so this is the progress I've made. Usually don't want to record too much on the nitpicky type of way I paint on the face because I change a lot of stuff, so I usually want to do a bit of progress and then I'm comfortable with it, bring you guys in, and then kind of pick up the recording there. So as you can see, it's a bit more refining. It just feels like maybe this is a bit more balanced, but yeah. So I think the bangs are a bit too dark. Let me try lighten it up a bit with this color, bright blue. And then after, going in with a smaller brush and do some tiny texture. I'm probably gonna go ahead and put that part in shadow and then add some tiny lighting at the center there. Okay, if that's the case, maybe the highlight here might not make too much sense. So instead, let's go ahead and use like a blue or something. Let me try it out. Yeah, because the highlight is quite intense on top of the hair, and it just doesn't make sense to have a really bright highlight on the side of her nose. At least that's how it felt to me. So instead, try with a different color. And I use blue because the environment is mostly blue. So usually I feel like blue is a pretty safe color. Usually the environment's kind of blue most of the time. And then maybe I can have erase here, can have the intense color here on her cheek. I guess on the nose too. Maybe like only here. And gonna highlight the lower lip a bit more with that color. And then I'm going to darken the nose. Like, let me think about that. just looking at the small preview here, usually that gives me an idea of how it's looking. Let me highlight, use a bit of that color. Highlight the other side of the nose. It was getting a little lost in the shadow there, so gotta make sure that nose is visible. Well, at least that side of the nose. And also for the eyes, I have to redirect it somehow so that it's looking at us. Okay, how about here? I'm just kind of changing the position of the pupils. And there's a little highlight here. Let me just refine the lash line. Also not sure if I should keep the eyes wide like that. Let's go ahead and add a bit of shadow underneath the eyes. Just going for that cute, what's it called? Eye bag look. Just adding a bit of shadow underneath there. Okay, this eye is in place, but this eye needs a bit more work. So this is before, after. It's just a bit more realistic. Let me see if I actually can add shadow here or not. Okay. Bring back some of the eye detail there. Before, after. Okay. Let me gradually erase a bit of here. Yeah, this eye needs to be relocated somehow, maybe. Okay. Need to move it a little so that it feels like she's looking at the viewer here. Just changing her pupils around a bit. Now that I've done that, copy, paste. Bring it a little closer, because it was looking a little too far. Okay, now bring it up. Now just working on the position of the eyes. Let's go ahead and add a bit more shadow underneath her eye. Okay. Oh. And then merge down, create another layer. Add more shadow on this side at least. I'm gonna select this shade here and a bit of the blue and graze it on the bottom. Blend that in. I'm gonna go ahead and highlight here, but underneath the eyebrow. And then as for the eyes, selecting that side, making it a little brighter. Okay. Okay, maybe I need to bring this eye a little bit over. Oh man, no matter what, I can't make her, just can't make her look at the audience. Last resort is to copy that eye and put it on this eye. Okay, that's not too bad. Well, I guess this isn't too bad. Okay, let me merge down. Okay. Oh, hold on. Okay, so this is the highlight, so let me try to... So this is highlight, and let's go ahead and add some highlight in those areas instead. Wow, this is not as weird as the first time I did it, but still. Oh gosh. And I'm gonna go ahead and do some little hair shadows. Even this might be a bit too much. I wonder if I can bring the highlight on this side just for a bit. Actually, maybe. I'm just gonna go ahead and do little hair shadow casting from her top bang onto the nose. Oh, you know what? That's not too bad to have the shadow there. Okay, I will do this. Merge it, constrain it down. I'm gonna go ahead and do the rest of the hair on the side of her head. I wonder if I can move this a bit over. Let's see. Maybe have it. Just trying to see which position would be better. Well, let's go with that for now, I guess. There's still a lot of stuff that I need to correct. It's still, the face is still not there. For now, let's go ahead. Just gonna add some hairlines on the side here. Add some tiny amount of shadow. There we go. I'm gonna add a bit of highlight on the top of the ear. Like that. And then bring some of the hair actually down here. And then contour her jawline. Let me clean that up. Same with here. I'm just going to bring her face line in a bit. Okay, I spent a bit more time on the face. Actually took quite a bit to get to this point. I'm not sure if this is where I left off, but I think I did the lighting and then I just made the face a little bit brighter, and I also worked on the eyes a little, so as you can see, just playing around, and also added some more lighting on the teeth as well. And also I tried to work on the hair a bit. So for the hair, I actually have a solution to creating a bit more texture, so I can kind of select one part of the hair and then move it around. Just creates a bit more texture. This will actually look a lot better if I render this part out a bit and then do that. But that's the technique I actually use on Hinata's hair when I painted her. So what I did was kind of refine the top hair part a bit. I noticed I've been painting a lot of character with this, like the straight bang cut, front bang cut, this month. So just gonna refine it a bit. I wonder if I'm going to probably increase the contrast of her white hair. Let's make the tip here bright. So I'm going to go to brightness contrast, make it even brighter, and gradually blend that into the rest of the hair. And I'm going to actually, hold on, create a new layer and let's go ahead and add some loose strands too, because she's got some loose strands on the side of her head. Could probably move this around a bit too. Let's move this around, bring it in a bit. Lock it in. I'm gonna go in with skin tone. Okay, now onto, I'm gonna have to work on this part a bit now. Oh. Let me work on the inside of the hoodie here. Let's start by adding some shadow. and also here. Oh. So let me just extend this part all the way around to the other side. Okay, and same with this. Except this side, it's not as apparent. But we will still have a bit of the teeth. I'm just going to add the teeth till there, because the teeth doesn't extend all the way around the hoodie anyways. But I can add a bit of rim light. Let's go ahead and pop out the line art again so I can see what I'm doing. So let's go ahead and use the lasso tool. Select the shadow I've already got, and oh, there we go. Let's go ahead, pop out the line art again so that I can do this part. You know, actually, I think I'll just use the lines again this time. So I'm just gonna copy paste the lines again and paste it there, minus the opacity, so we can kind of see a bit of the lines. I don't think I need to shade it too much if I have the lines there to help me. But other than that, I'm just going to clean up around, such as the neck area. Actually, for the neck area, I wanted to add a bit of yellow highlight towards the bottom area. Or I could go to soft light, select a bright color, and highlight underneath the neck. Same for the shadow, just pick a darker color and highlight the darker color on top area. As for here, I'm just going to highlight some of the lines, make it a bit more prominent. Going to normal again. Let's go ahead and work on the hand now. I'm gonna zoom in here for the hand. Take away the lines as much as possible so I can get an accurate look. And I'm gonna go ahead and refine the clothing a bit at the same time. So for the hand, let's go ahead and use this color. Cooler tone and highlight under it. I'm just kind of testing stuff out right now. And then for the shadow, let's go ahead and highlight the shadow of each finger using the what's it called? The lasso tool here. Oh. So just keep at it until it looks good. I'm gonna go ahead and add the tendon of the hand. The thumb goes right in there. Gonna go ahead and add shadow there. Oh, hold on. And for the nails, do that. With the nails, I think it will be easier to tell the direction of the fingers. And for the thumb, really gotta highlight the shadow there. Just pick a very warm reddish tone for the shadow. And then for the wrist, actually, this is my hand. I have a reference of it. So I'm just looking at the reference of it because, again, I'm not too sure how it's supposed to look. So I just took a picture of my hand in this angle and just kind of following how it looks and stuff. Bit of a pinkier tone here. And then I gotta use a bit of this color right here. So this part is pretty much just observation painting. Trying to look at my hand and whatnot. Okay, now I'm gonna paint the fingers. Let's go with a rosy highlighted color. And then I'm gonna go and pick a much warmer color and put it on the tip of the finger. Take that away. And I'm gonna paint the sleeve. And I'm going to... The hand still needs a bit of work. Let me line it a bit. So the thumb is going here. And we get a bit of shadow from this finger. On this finger. Probably need to change the direction of this. Like that. I have to make her pinky a little bit over here. Gotta adjust it. Okay, and gonna keep going here. Clean that up. So this is the disadvantage of not having the hand on the upper layer, because now we gotta go in and repaint certain areas and stuff. Anyways, just going to line a few wrinkles on the sleeve. Actually not so sure how I'm going, like what type of wrinkle I'm going for, but anyways, this is the seam. just going to line it. And just using the airbrush to kind of line it a bit. Line the highlight, the shadow and the highlight. And as you can see, there's a bit of a fuzz on the outer rim. I'm just going to erase that after. For now, I am just painting the shadow in. Let me go ahead and add a bit of yellow on top here. Usually I prefer to put the opposite color tone inside the shadow wherever it is. So if the shadow is on the bottom, I'd probably put it there instead. Or actually I lied. I just did the opposite. But yeah, definitely have a bit of it here where the shadow is. And then just going to contour the edge of it. Let's go ahead, pick that highlight color and put it on the very edge here for highlight. And then I'm just going to clean up the silhouette here so it's nice and clean. Same with here, using the lasso tool to help me select it real quick. Let's go ahead and refine this part. Create another layer. I need to do I need to line this part here so that I can give the fabric a bit of thickness. There. It looks a little thicker, which is good. Probably need to zoom in and refine it a little better, but yeah, this is what that's for. Let me go ahead and add, going to airbrush, add a bit of shadow there. There. Merge down. And go ahead and increase the intensity there, and once on top and once on the side. And then in the center, let's go with multiply. Oh, actually, multiply here. And I'm gonna use this color. Huh. Actually. This part needs to be a bit more of a grayish tone. And I need to shade it a little bit more. So I'm gonna have the highlight here. Let's go for a grayish tone. I'm gonna rotate it. Usually that helps. I'm gonna go ahead and refine this as well while I'm at it. And then I'm going to use a, oh, hold on, paler highlight and see how that looks towards the bottom area. See how that looks. I probably need to make this part a little bit, have a bit more contrast too after I do that. Actually, let me remove this whole part. Merge down, and then I'm gonna select this sleeve right here. Copy paste, auto contrast. Okay. Yeah, just a little, oh, make it a bit darker. Let me go ahead and do the hand here. Okay. Okay, let's smooth out the sleeve here. I'm also going to see if I can lighten the sleeve a little on this side. And I'm not a fan of the sleeve. I guess I'll keep working on it. Add a bit of shadow here. Add a bit of shadow on the other side. It just creates a fold. Yeah, create a bit of folds. And add a bit of highlight on this side. I'm gonna darken this side and then have that highlight on the opposite side. I'm actually not too sure if I should have the highlight be this intense. Maybe have it a little duller. And going to constraint a new layer by pressing Alt down, and on this new layer I'm going to kind of graze some lighter color and underneath as well. and underneath some of these folds. Okay. Now that I have that done, I can try to refine a little bit, because I used a lot of airbrush, so gotta go back in, paint back some of the areas to make it a little sharper. Going here, I'm going to darken that up. Add the wrinkles, the ripples. Okay. Looks a little... Let me just darken this part here. Okay. This might not be the right color. Let me experiment with it a bit. Maybe if it was... Oh, that's interesting. I'm just kind of playing around with the color of the highlight that I just added. I guess I will use that. Merge down and select and then brighten. So that is another layer of highlight. And here I'm going to use a more bluish tone. Blue combined with a bit of yellow like I did here. And can also put the yellow around here. Just blend it in now with the airbrush. As for here, blend it in as much as I can. Okay, now for the chest area, I'm gonna go ahead and start shading. Oh, hold on. I want to add a bit of a blue tone here. Blue tone here. And try to blend it in. I'm actually gonna see if I can soften this part up a bit. Soften it up a bit. And same goes for here. Blend it in. Just going to use the airbrush to softly add the shadow in. And as for here, let me try to highlight the edge with the shadow. Or contour, actually I should say contour, not highlight. Trying to think what color I should use. I'm gonna use a bit of this color. Add a bit of shadow, contouring it, contouring the chest part. And I have it on a separate layer so I can remove some of the areas. Okay guys, we're back. So we're gonna continue off where we left off. I did keep working on the face a little bit off camera. As you can see, it's just a little bit more refined. So now I'm gonna come back here to the chest part. Okay, I believe I also added a bit of shadow here off camera. So let's continue now. And I think, I'm not sure if I darkened this bra on camera or not, but I did do that just in case. And yep. So let's keep going now. I'm gonna go ahead and do a shadow for the strap right away. Let's go back here. And I'm just gonna try to blend it in. I'm gonna try to avoid harsh lines on the chest for now. Gonna go ahead and do a tiny bit of highlight here. Gradually blending it in. And also added a bit of highlight here. I'm trying to make it subtle. Okay. Go back here and add the strap back. Let me go ahead, highlight this side, and blend the shadow down a bit more and make it a bit more even. Okay, I'm just gonna add a clear break to where the highlight is. Okay, So it starts from here. I'm gonna extend the highlight. I'm fixing where the lighting's supposed to be and stuff. So the shadow goes all the way down here, I think. I'm gonna pick the clothing, the pale color of the clothing, and have it on the chest a little as it reflects on the skin. Let's make it a little more obvious. And then go back in here. Go back in with the warm tone. And I'm going to also add some of the skin tone into the clothing, so each area is going to reflect a bit of their selves into the other part, so to speak. Hope that makes sense. Let me add a bit more shadow here. I'm just going to graze it gently. Gonna add a bit more shadow here. Just gonna continue to layer on the highlights using the airbrush so that I can get a nice soft look. So yeah, it's looking very soft, so I'm gonna zoom in here so that I can start refining some of these areas. Like the bra strap, I can go ahead and do that. I'm gonna start lining it as well with the seam of the bikini. This part is supposed to be darker, I guess. Let me go ahead and make it darker. Also, I'm gonna go back to full-on solid round brush. Before I had a bit of a softness in the setting. So now it's just 100% hard round brush so that I can sharpen and also squish the chest with the strap a little too, just to make the bra look nice and tight on her. Add a tiny bit of the skin tone. Then I'm gonna add a bit of folds. And we have the little teeth here. I guess this will be sort of like a separate fabric. So I'm gonna have to extend it out a bit. That's how it is kind of on the origin design as well. And there is a dark line around the teeth area. Okay. And I believe the teeth has a bit of volume over the red part, so go back to the red part. Gonna add a tiny bit of shadow, and then of course I have to shade the bikini as well, so create another layer. I'm just going to add the shadow for it somewhat, at least try to. So this is where the shadow is, and then we have the highlight. So for here, instead of pink, gonna go for more of a red tone, and then put the wrinkles of the bra. Guess I can make the strap here silver, like her hoodie string, pull string there. And as for the teeth, I'm going to use a bit of yellow and add it to the left side. And then this side, I'm gonna use more blue tone. Like that. And then I'm going to add another seam under here. Just to add more thickness to the bikini fabric itself. And on top of that, adding the pulling of the fabric. Maybe I need to smudge down here. Take this. Let's go ahead and make it a little smaller so I can put in the strings for it. And I could extend the width on this side. Just fix the position of this strap. And then go into refine it a bit more, because it definitely needs a bit more refining. Let me go ahead and copy. Let's go ahead and add some highlight. Or maybe the mouth should be a little smaller. Let's go ahead and make it a little smaller. Maybe this will be a bit more balanced. I have a feeling I should have painted it fully one color first and then just change the color afterwards, because it might be a bit easier to even it out. But anyways, let's go ahead and, oh my gosh, making random little dots everywhere. So the blue fabric, I'm going to make it into a latexy one, latexy fabric. Let's go ahead and fill that in. Going to go ahead and add a bit of highlight here. This is the teeth, and then it's gonna have the blue seam. Add a bit of highlight here. And as for the red fabric, I'm just going to try to blend it without any type of shininess. I want to see if I can make apparent the difference in material in each part of the bikini. So the blue part, let's give it extra shine. So in order to make it shinier, there should be a bit more contrast to it. So let's go ahead and have bit more shadow on in the center here, followed by highlight. And then shiny highlight as well. And of course, I'm going to clean this up. Let's go ahead and use a bit of that color, make it a little more blue. And as for the teeth, trying to make it look a little more 3D like. So we're gonna have the highlight and a bit of the shadow, just a bit more subtle, of course. Because we don't want it to be too 3D. Okay, I'm gonna add a tiny bit of pull on the red fabric near the drawstring area. Probably need it to be a bit more obvious though. Okay. Let me go ahead and add some more shadow underneath the strap. And as for here, add a bit of shadow. Add a bit more seam. And followed by strap. And refine it a bit more. So this is before, after. So it did get a little darker. I could probably make this area a little lighter. Actually, if I do that, I have to do it for the chest to like extend the highlight a bit. Copy paste. Let's go to hue saturation and make it lighter. Increase the saturation. Let me rotate it again, have a look. I'm just going to slowly bring back some of the highlights. More shadow around the edge. It looks kind of funny, to be honest. I don't know if it's the right move. Maybe I'll change it later. Well, this is what I'm gonna, what I will have for now. I'm going to erase this a bit. Just bring it down. Then in the center, I need to have a bit of shadow. And here is going to be a bit more highlight. So it's going to be highlight, shadow, and highlight. That's the combo I'm going for. Now for here, I'm going to add a tiny bit of shadow in the center. and pretty much just going to refine it a bit, clean it up. Gonna go right here, select that side where the highlight is gonna be. Instead of this color, I'm going to go for more of a dull color. I think I'm going to be switching colors for this side too, because her shirt is more of a dark blue than bright blue, so this color might work a little better. Let's go ahead and add the shadow here. Go ahead and bring this down a bit. Just changing the silhouette of the chest a bit. Rotate it. Okay, continue. Just gonna add a bit more shading to these areas. Going to add a bit of highlight underneath the seam right here. Add a bit of highlight underneath. Let's do it like this. See how that looks. I'm just changing the shape of how the cloak is wrapped around her. Let's extend this down here a bit, plus another seam. Merge down. I might edit the chest a little, even it out a bit, so I'm gonna liquefy this area to make sure it is balanced. Let's bring this in a bit. This chest, I'm gonna bring it down, and this one, just bring it up a bit. Hopefully this will look better once I confirm this. It might not. I just want it to be a little bit more even. Is it better before? I can't tell. I suppose this one should be a little lower because of the position. So this one is lifted up a bit, so this one, logically should be a little droop here. Oh yes, and the lighting should be like this. Let me copy paste and darken it up a bit more. Also darken the chest on this side, and then I'm going to have to add a bit of shadow underneath. I'm gonna take this, add it on the top. And I'm going to gradually blend this in. Okay guys, so off camera I cut this part and then I brought it down a bit so her neck is a little shorter, because before it was like this, and I think it actually looks better if it's a little shorter. But anyways, I can actually play around with that now because I have it on a separate layer. So yeah. Anyways, let's keep going here. But first I think I'll need to paint the hand. So I'll go ahead and do that. First I'm gonna line up the line art to the hand, and on a separate layer I'm gonna start painting the finger. Let's go ahead and go with a lighter color for that, using the airbrush. And then let's go with a cooler tone color for the fingers. And then we're gonna go ahead, add the warm tones to the finger part where usually there's warm tone. Let me go ahead and refine the sleeve. I think it needs to be just a little brighter. That way it's gonna be a nicer contrast to the hand. Remove the liner. Go ahead and blend this part. Blend these wrinkles. Let me zoom in here. Let me go ahead and darken some of these areas. Add some more wrinkles. And add some more shadow as well in that area. Same for here. Shadow and then a bit of highlight, and then shadow again. And then we have the sleeve. Okay, now I could probably work on the finger now. Back to the line art. Oh, before that I have to paint the inside of the sleeve, so let's go. Oh, what? Oh, I was on the wrong layer. Add a tiny bit of shadow. And then back to the hand. And then I'm going to start painting the shadow casted by the hand on her stomach. That way I can slowly isolate the hand through shading its surrounding. Just contour first, and at the same time I'm gonna also start shading underneath the chest. Using the lasso tool, do a little drop down shadow from the finger on the stomach area, and I'm going to try to make the finger have a bit of impression on the stomach as well, so using the airbrush real quick to do that. Let's go ahead, use the lasso tool. I'm going to add some shadow there. And I'm just going to blend the stomach. Let's go ahead and add the contour here. Contour followed by the belly button. Let's go ahead and use this highlight for the stomach. And as for the highlights, maybe trying to reduce the lighting somewhat. Have it on the side for now. So we're gonna have the yellow highlight on the bottom right. And after that, I'm gonna go in with the airbrush to blend it in a bit smoother. I'm going to extend this color over a bit. Okay, this way I think maybe the highlight will be more of an impact. Can have maybe have a little bit of nope. Actually, maybe I can do it like this. Have the highlights here. Nope. Maybe here. I'm going to re-add it in. Like this, re-add it in here. Let's rotate. Let me see how that looks. Okay, that makes sense. Let me redo the highlight here. The highlight is supposed to be in the center. Now for continue with the general shading. Let me go ahead and start adding some highlight from the background. Extend it down. And at the same time, I'm just gonna blend the rest of here in. I'm gonna get a big amount of highlights here. Let's add some shadow. Keep the highlights going, and on this side keep it dark. I'm gonna try adding a bit of more of a grayish tone to the shadow there. See how that looks. Let's add a bit of this cool tone. Trying to see how it would look. Experimenting with different color tone. I need to add a bit of shadow underneath this chest. Add a bit of rim light, followed by shadow. Let me create another layer so I can work on the hip there. Maybe I can make this whole finger light. Maybe like this, and then have nope. That won't work. Okay, let me erase a bit of what I did there. Make it like that. Bring back the shadow there. And as for the hip, start adding in the highlight. So I'm going to try to contour the hip with it. This is where, oh wait, hip here, and then we have the highlight here, contouring the ab. And going in with a dark color contour the crotch area. And I'm just going to blend it in. And of course we have the latex bikini, or what's it called, spandex? Yeah, spandex swimwear undie. There we go. I'm going to put 9,000 on the side, or 9,000,000. Okay, I think this part needs to be a little lower, or the shape of this brow needs to be lower. Going to liquefy. Just gonna move it down a bit. There we go. Definitely a little more refined. I need to get the high-res version for the background. Back hair color, I might need to darken it so that it stands out from the background, because the background is really bright. Okay, now back to here. I'm gonna go ahead and let's do purple shade. Or a darker shade here, and just gonna contour the rib a bit with a highlight on the bottom there. We have the hip. Let me just gradually blend that in. Gradually blend that in. Also, I'm gonna try to see how it would look if I contour the outer edge of this side, which is supposed to be in highlight, but just seeing how that looks. It's not too bad. Let me flip this. Okay. I keep flipping it because I'm trying to see if I'm on the right track or not. Okay, that's not too bad. Let me auto contrast it. Okay. I think this needs to be dropped a bit. So it's a bit more even. Let me flip it again. I need to make sure. Okay, that looks okay. Alright, so I took a bit of a break and I'm back. So I off camera real quick, I darkened this area and I also desaturated this area a little, so as you can see it's not as colorful as before, just by a bit. Now let's continue to refine. Using the airbrush, I am blending these changes together. I'm going to, oh, no I can't. I'm going to use the lasso tool to help me block it in so I can have a bit of shadow contour this highlight. Zoom in here and I'm gonna try to blend this in as well. And just going to blend this in. And clean this out with the airbrush, and also adjusting different size brushes to fit some of these areas. Okay. Let's see what I can do with the spandex material. Okay, so I'm gonna add a bit of highlight to the underwear. I'm not sure how much I can without making her look like she got something down there. Probably can't add too much highlight. Maybe I'll just do it this way actually. Have the highlight on that side, and then the other side is the shadow. And then I'm just gonna add some highlight. And then on the other side, we're gonna have the beige highlight. And inside of it, I'm just going to put back a bit of the shadow. And then let's line I actually wanted to line the sides with a different color fabric. This color, or I can do a gradient. I'm just gonna do the same for this side. Let's see how that looks. And I'm gonna clean up the here. Gonna add a seam here. All the way down. Same with the side. And one on top. After I refine that a bit, I'm going to copy paste that area I selected, make it a lot darker. Creating some contrast there. And then after, just going back to the skin part and blended it in a bit more. As for the stomach, let's go ahead and I'm going to merge this down, create another layer, add a bit of highlight. Just adding some highlight to the belly button area. I'm trying to make sure it's nice and blended. Let's go ahead and add some shadow there. On the ab area, I'm gonna have to be a little more careful. Getting the highlight on here too. Shadow, shadow, highlight. And then highlight. Just going to highlight, oops, copy that area. Make it darker. Just kind of changing up the lighting a bit there. Okay. And let's go ahead and select actually, let me try this color. A dull color. And I'm going to blend it near the bikini area. Need to be a little bit more spread out. And as for this area, I'm gonna go for a more saturated color to highlight the ends, and then just going to maybe just a little blend it in here. But with the hip area, I want to make it a little sharper. Let me rotate it. trying to think. Needs the shading needs to be, I don't know, worked on a bit more. Let's go ahead and add a bit of blue to the bikini area. Using the lasso tool to help me creating a more sharp transition here, and then on here too, let's go ahead with a darker color on that side, and then inverse the selection so I can add a bit of shading on this side too. Zoom in. Just sharpening the edges of the swim trunks. See, maybe, no, I can't. Cannot. Before, after. I think I might have to make this whole area darker. Go back with a darker color. So that I can highlight the rib on this side. And over here, I'm gonna start adding a bit of highlight. Adding some highlight at the end, and then for this area, a tiny bit of grayish tone. I'm just gonna blend in the shadow for this area for now. Actually, not too sure how I'm going to shade this. Let me merge down. Let me go ahead and do the hand. Maybe after it will feel better. I'm gonna go ahead and extend the sleeve for now. I'm gonna use my lasso tool to help me let's go ahead and add the knuckle colors, bit of a pink color, rosier tone, and then use the airbrush to blend out the fingers. So now it's time to add those shadows for each individual fingers. And basically I have to bring it to a sharper blocking of each fingers. Also gonna try to add a bit of shadow to some of these fingers. Just going to layer on the shadow first, and then we will be softening it up a bit afterwards with some other variety of colors. Okay, now I'm gonna go in with a pinkier tone. Towards the end of the finger, just going to blend that in and emphasize the knuckles a bit more. And blend it in some more. Then I'm gonna go ahead and do the nails. Just kind of fixing the silhouette, the fingers, increasing the thickness at the end there. Then blend, blend, blend. Over here, let's go ahead and increase the darkness of the shadow around the sleeve area. I'm going to go with a yellow tone and use it to highlight underneath each finger. And then we have the shadow underneath each finger. I'm just going to use the lasso to help me block in each finger. So that the shape is cleaner. There we go. Now the hand is more clear now, as you can see. Let's flip it. Now that it's clearer, I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna do the elaborate the lighting a bit more. First, I feel like probably need to reduce the highlight here. maybe have a bit more of this color followed by a bit more shadow. Let me go ahead and add that shadow and make it a little warmer tone. Just gonna go in with a darker color. So I can add a bit of shadow near the string here. I probably need to redo the shadow here too. Add some more highlight, and then a bit more highlight near this area. Then more shadow near this area. Bring this color here so that it continues. And refine down here a bit more. I'm going to use this color to give the shadow bit of a highlight. And then this color again, add it on here. And now that we have shadow all the way up there, I can bring the bikini shadow as well all the way here. I'm just going to put back the pressure lines of the fabric, stretch on the bikini. Now I'm going to add some small bits of highlight, and I'm going to use this color first, and then we're going to use a bit of the skin tone. And of course I'm going to go ahead and select the bottom area and darken it to create a bit of shadow contrast. Just going to line that area. Same with here. We're going to have a bit of the skin tone highlighted on that side of the seam, and then bring it into the rest of the bikini. I'm just using the lasso tool to help me shade the rest of the pulling of the fabric. Before, after. Select underneath it. I'm gonna go ahead and put a bit more shadow here in the center. Have the highlight here. And add some more tiny highlight near the end here. I'm just trying to see how it's gonna look. I mean, it might look a bit too glossy. I might have to reduce it a little so it doesn't look too shiny and stuff. Onto this side, I'm just going to add a bit of darker color here. Onto this area, I would like to add a tiny bit of a blush color to the chest. As for the bikini, copy paste the whole thing and increase the saturation and contrast. Let me blend this in, make it smooth. And then after I selected the highlight area, I'm just going to have it isolated, highlight it. I'm just gonna make some random scribbles. And then on the other side, I probably need to have another type of highlight. Let's go ahead and do that. Just have some random scribbles as well. And then going to dissolve. I'm gonna go for a yellow highlight. I'm just going to put it at a top point of the bikini. That way it just creates that shine. And try not to overdo it, otherwise it won't be as impactful. Now I'm just going on the strap and see if I can add a bit of texture to it, and also add highlight to go with the rest of the shading stuff. So that's that for that side. Now for this side, here, I'm just going to add some shadow here so it's not super bright all at once. Extend the ab area up. Oh, I have to update the strap later too. So let's go ahead and take care of this area first. I wonder how I can maybe like this. Just trying to blend in the side of the chest. I think this side is fairly okay. I'm gonna go and grab a purple-ish tone. Trying to see, maybe not that color, maybe like this color. I'm just gonna highlight some of these areas. to make the chest look a little bit more plump and stuff. And near this area, add some more shadow. Also need to work on that, work on this bikini. So I'm gonna go ahead and start adding some highlight. Although I'm not sure how much I can emphasize. Let's go ahead and use blue for this. Just clean up the upper strap. Let's go ahead and make it darker. Gonna add some pole lines. And as for the strap, going back in to add a bit more highlight and shadow to give it that thickness. Copy paste, darken it up in the center. And as well as under here, I'm going to be cleaning up the silhouette a bit more by adding to it. I have to make sure the seam is clear. Let's go ahead, take a bit of the beige and add to the bottom, and as well as to the bottom of the other parts of the bikini. So bottom of this fabric here, and the bottom of this here. I'm just gonna lasso it and add that. Add it now. I wonder what it would look like if I added a bit of blue too. And then I'm going to scribble it a bit. Have a bit of highlight on this side. I'm just going to blend these. Maybe I should have the teeth be a little glossy too. I'm just gonna highlight some of the teeth. A bit on the side. I'm just gradually adding highlight to it. And then on this side, I'm just going to add some more shine here and blend that in gradually. add back the shadow, add a bit of beige tone. I'm just kind of blending everything in at this point. It's super, I don't know if this is the right amount of detail or not, but I'm kind of going overboard here. I might have to do another pass on it. Alright guys, so we're back. So I did go ahead and refine the stomach area a bit, as you can see, because I want to move on to the hair and the tail. So I kind of just softened it up a bit. So before it was, well, I guess I didn't do enough steps, but this is another pass that I did, but then I ended up kind of giving this area a bit more color, a bit more saturation, added some highlight towards the bottom area of this side, and overall just kind of added a bit more red tone to this area, because I felt like the shading was a little dull and muddy. So a solution to that is adding a bit more saturation to the place. So that's what I did there. I want to spend some time on the hoodie and the hair now. Oh yes, and also I did go ahead and kind of refine the background a bit. Basically just I got the high-res version for one of the files. This image I did not, because I bought the other background image and I overlaid it on top of this one pretty much, so it's a lot cleaner. It doesn't have the watermark anymore, as you can see, and I feel like this background contours her pretty well, because as you can see the outer outline of the character and it's not blended into the background, as in it does not have the same value contrast, so it stands out a bit more, and that's usually what I try to aim for the character for the most part with the background. Anyhow, let's go ahead and work on the hood a little. So I did cut this part of the hood and I put it on a separate layer. I wanna see how it would look if I increase the contrast a bit. I also wanted to have a nice gradient on the hood, so I'm probably going to add a bit more reddish tone, although her hoodie itself, the original design is a white interior, but I feel like a bit of red tone in there would look nice as a gradient. And I'm just going to add some more highlight here, so I want to do a little fold here. Just gonna highlight this area. Same with this. Let's do a little fold and add a bit of shadow, highlight, and then highlight, shadow, highlight to create some wrinkling in the fabric. And then after, I'm gonna work on the little cute teeth. So for the teeth, let's block in the layer. I'm gonna go for a blue color for the shadow of the teeth, followed by a bit of yellow towards the bottom area. And then we have the highlight. I'll go ahead and fix that right there. And then after, oh, I want to have a bit of thickness to the rim of the hoodie, so I selected the outer rim of that area, and I'm gonna use pink as the highlight. Fix that again. After that's done, I can kind of add a bit of shadow, kind of implying the teeth, casting a bit of shadow on the rim of the hoodie and stuff. I don't think it's really needed, but just do it for fun. And then I'm gonna try something else. I'm going to select that area, and I want to darken and see how that looks. Oh man, look at that. It looks like teeth. Just gonna darken it a bit more. And after I darken it, I'm going to blend it in. Let's go ahead and saturate that with red. Blend that in at the same time. Now it's looking like a shark mouth. Okay. I can erase a little bit of it, make it more subtle. But yeah, that's the outer edge of the hoodie. Let's go back to here. What is this? I don't know what I put on that layer, but there's nothing, so I'm going to delete it. So for this side of the hoodie, I'm going to add the seam by contouring the edge here and leaving a highlight strip. And same for here. I'm just going to bring it down here. I'm just going to highlight the edge of it and leaving a little bit of highlight towards the bottom. And then go here, isolate that area and clean it up a bit more. After that, I'm just going to blend in the hood. And as well as on the shoulder, I'm going to add a bit more shadow as well. And then going back in with a highlight to give some highlight towards the top of the shoulder. Basically, I'm kind of dulling out some of the highlight for the top, so it's not gonna be as saturated. Actually, maybe just a little bit. Maybe this color. Nope. Let's go with this color then. And gonna have a bit here. Just gonna leave shadow here and then a bit more highlight here. Go back into this layer. Maybe not this bright. I might need to. It's going to darken, which basically allows me to darken the area that is brighter than that color. It's slightly different from multiply. Multiply darkens everywhere, while darken only darkens the area that is lighter than the color you selected. But yeah, I guess we can leave it like that for now. And let's go ahead. I'm gonna work on this area real quick. I feel like this area should be on a separate layer. Let's go ahead and put this part on the same layer as the hoodie hood. Okay, now that I have that on that layer, I shall use my lasso tool and pretty much bring some of that highlight onto this side. That should do it. Okay, now let's work on the hair. I haven't done the hair. So for the hair, let's render this out a bit more. So what I'm gonna do is, let's go ahead and use this brush right here, speckle brush. Create texture for the hair itself, but only in between the highlight and the shadow. I wonder if I can do it here too, so let me just also extend that texture all the way onto the side bangs as well. Okay, now that that's done, casually kind of blend in some of these areas. Merge down. Also going to clean up as well, and I'm gonna be using the airbrush for a bit because I want to soften up some of these hair strands. It is very sharp. Can soften it up by kind of adding some more shadow and highlight to it, depending on what is needed. In this case, I need more shadow and highlight at the same time. Anyways, now for this area, it is still kind of sharp, so we're gonna soften it up. I can try to blend the bottom half of this as well as blur out some of these areas, and then manually go in to add the hair strands using the airbrush to add these little hair strands so that it's soft looking. Now that that's done, create another layer. I want to go in with yellow. It's going close here, and I'm just going to add a little highlight towards the bottom half of the bangs. So in doing so, I'm hoping to create a really nice shine and also the impression that the hair is folded on itself towards the bottom, I'm going to emphasize the highlight by bringing down the shadow more and really squeezing the highlight in between the two shadows. Go back up here. I'm gonna select that part using the airbrush, soften it. Same for here. Inverse, add some shadow underneath that part of the bang. I think I need to add a bit more shadow up here. And I'm gonna try to see if I can do this. Select that area, which I'm gonna try to add a slight amount of shadow, like that. And then let's stack another layer of highlight towards the top area. Oh man, that is very shiny. I'm gonna go ahead and align how the hair is connected. Like this. And then we have that ploop of hair sticking out. I'm just going to add a bit more shadow to it to soften it up. And add the highlight towards the top area and select this color right here and have it towards the bottom. Before, after. Before, after. It's just a bit more soft. Softened it up a bit more. I'm going to erase some of the hair. To reveal a bit of the skin underneath. Okay, now that I've done that, I'm gonna start putting in a bit of her blue highlights on her hair. Let me see here. Okay, she's got one in the center-ish. Copy that. Let's go ahead and multiply that. Make it blue. Going to normal. And I'm gonna go in here, find a highlight, and kind of just continue off of the highlight of the surrounding area. I'm just going to follow through on that. And she's got one highlight here. So again, I'm gonna copy the hair layer, paste, and kind of slightly move it a bit, block it in, and this one is a little lighter. Going to multiply. Okay, add it on that side. I'm going to slightly erase it. go back to normal layer mode and we will continue. Gonna add a bit of highlight on this side too. Block, actually we'll merge it to this one for now, and then she's got one last one on this side. Copy paste, oh wait, hold on. Copy paste, move it slightly, block it in, and just a bit on the side. And that is her hair highlight. And she's got some on the side bangs as well, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the same. Copy paste, move it slightly, move this one slightly too, lock it in, go into multiply, and add the highlight. I'm not loving how stiff her bangs are though. I have to figure out some way to make it less stiff. Let's go for that for now. I'm gonna add a bit more highlight to some of these areas. Maybe some more hair strand will help. Let's add, actually let's add some more hair strands. Nah, I don't like it. I'm gonna remove this part. Let's go into this layer. I'm gonna darken the neck. Okay, let's move on to, actually, let me copy that, make it brighter. Oh my god, that's shiny. I'm gonna go ahead and make that part darker and see how that goes. And then we'll have highlight towards the bottom. I think it should be thinner. I'm trying to figure out if I can improve the lighting somehow. Maybe if I drag all this highlight down. Maybe if I keep it soft like that. Go to the face, just going to brighten up the skin on top. I want to arch her eyebrows a bit. This one too, copy paste, arch it with the warp tool. Free transformation warp tool. Let me erase that. Okay, let's go ahead onto the back hair. And I'm just going to go ahead and shade in her hair in the back. I'm going to go for this color towards the bottom of the hair. The hair is slightly blending into the background, not so much, but I think I might have to highlight it or up the contrast of the hair a bit more so that the hair will stand out from the background. So I'm adding highlight on one side and keeping the other side dark. I'm gonna select this color and highlighting the bottom with it. I think I need to add a bit more blue tone. Okay, so this side is kind of blended in a bit. I'm going to up the contrast now. Still, I think it needs to stand out a bit more. Just doing giving her hair some rogue strands that just don't want to conform to the rest of the curvature. Go with the flow, they just want to flutter about in the wind. Okay, now onto this side. I forgot she's got hair in the back as well, so just gonna go ahead and blend this in, add a bit of blue. And adding some strands as shadow. Now for this side, I'm going to add that blue in there. Have the highlight towards the top area. And I'm going to do a few pressure lines of where the hair is connected, is being pulled into a tail. Let's go ahead and add the highlight towards the top a bit more. Gonna use my lasso tool to help me make a nice clean blend of that. Go down. And I'm just going to pretty much use the same color on this side as I did on that side. Subtly blend it in. I'm gonna add a bit more beige tone in here, followed by more highlights towards the side. Okay, I think that is bright enough. It's nice and contoured. Okay, now I'm gonna go down here and pretty much do the same as the beige. Well, in this case it's more of a pinkier tone. Let's go ahead and make it a little bit more yellow undertone. So I'm gonna apply the beige undertone first, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do the blue after. So using a combination of solid round brush at different sizes to achieve that look. Go ahead and emphasize the underlight a bit more, and then go in with a bit of blue. Just gonna hint it a bit throughout with airbrush. After that, I'm gonna go in with this color, highlight, and it's gonna be towards the top, because that's where it's gonna catch the light the most for the hair. Put some on this one. I think that should do it. For now, I think that's a good base. I'm just gonna go ahead and increase the... Actually, I think some of these areas might need to be a bit darker. Let's go ahead with the multiply shadow. Need to be a little darker because otherwise it's gonna be too blended into the background. So I kind of have the hair complete-ish. I feel like it could use a few more hair strands, to be honest. I could probably do that. New layer. I'm gonna go ahead and add 2 new strands there, and going through the same process, add a bit more highlight, and with this I can probably play around with it a bit because it's on a separate layer. Or I can have it... Hold on, have it this way. And duplicate that. So I can play around with it a bit more. Let's go ahead and make it a little brighter. And this hair strand, I'm going to make it a little brighter as well. And create some more rogue strands. Have a bit of it here too. Let's go ahead, create another layer, constrain it to that layer, and I would like to... I changed my mind, I want it to be brighter. Gonna make it just a bit brighter so it will contour her shirt better. I'm going to reduce the opacity a little. Okay. So now, now onto the tail. I want her tail to be nice and glossy. So for this, the reference I'm going to use is Marina's tentacle, because that is... Marina's tentacle has a really good wet looking reference. It's pretty... It's good for this, I think. So... God, this is gonna be tough because... Okay. So first, we're gonna go with some yellow highlight towards the bottom area. And then I'm going to actually gradient her tail slightly. Oh, hold on. Yeah, gradient her tail slightly. Add a bit of texture, even though I don't think whale tails have like spot textures, but add it in anyways. And then we're gonna have some highlight on this side. So let me go ahead and add that in. Same for here. And going in with a darker color. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna also in the center let's go ahead and make that highlight this color. Kind of blend it down, and with a yellow tone I'm going to highlight under area of her tail, blend that in. Okay, it's slightly more glossy. I'm gonna go ahead and warp her tail a little. Oh, okay, zoom in again. Alright, so let's go ahead and do. I'm just looking at the Marina's tentacle head, and there's some really random shapes, so I'm gonna do the best that I can. So for that area, let's go ahead and use this color with a bit of beige. I'm going to add a bit more this color around it, and then bring the shadow back in on the tip, and then bring it subtly inward. And I'm going to highlight the edge of that area and make it a little brighter. So hopefully it looks nice and shiny like that. Let me go ahead, use dissolve and add the highlight to the tail. One here. Actually just have one there, and maybe one on this end here. and then the rest. Let me go ahead and flatten this side. I'm going to make this part merge down a little darker as well. Merge that afterwards, but before that, darken that part as well, so it's darker. In the process of adding the shininess and reflectiveness, it kind of made me realize that shadow needs to be implemented a bit more in order to kind of convey the thickness of the tail and not have it look like a balloon animal. It needs to have a bit more shadow in certain areas to emphasize the thickness of some of the areas. Okay, maybe I can have a bit of highlight there. But yeah, there we go. So have a rough look of the tail, and I'm gonna actually, I wanted to give her an emoji just to fill in the space, because what better way to fill in empty space than to have an emoji every now and then. I'm going to add a bit of beige with some purple, and then I'm gonna have her little bloop. I think I'm going to make this part of the trunk different color fabric, and then I'm gonna have the 9000 design on the side and see if that works. Hopefully it does, but I'm not sure. Let me go ahead and clean this up a bit. Now on this side, then I'm gonna do the same. Let's update the same on this side. And then got the zipper. Might have to clean it up a bit, so gonna add some small highlight. Actually, you know what? I'm going to add a bit of shine to it. And have a hole, and then have a bit of thickness on the other side. Just blend it in. I'm gonna be a bit rough with it. And gonna clean this up as well. Get a bit of shadow and add it. Okay. Let me just refine this a bit more, and I'm gonna copy this zipper and put it on the side, flip it. Let's kind of move it a bit, make it slightly different position so it doesn't look too copy pasted. Okay, and then just gonna add the shadow for it. Now I want to see if this will fit. Just add a couple more zeros. And I'm just going to warp it. Well, that looks funny. Let's remove the zero. Gonna move the zeros over a little. Just going to adjust the colors a bit, and on this side I'm just gonna write my name because this is what I do from time to time. And I'm going to warp it. Warp it to the strap. There we go. It's just a small little detail. And I also kind of, let's call this excess. Excess. I need to give her the upholstering of her hoodie. So gonna go ahead and do the rough shape for them. Maybe I change the position for it. Just gonna go ahead and add a bit of thickness to the strap. And got the design on the bottom. Maybe I should play around with the with this and where to place it. Maybe I'll have it like this instead. And of course, need to have shadow. Lock it, and gonna go ahead and add a bit of highlight at the top there. And add a bit more shadow in some of these areas, and delete. There. I think that should do it. I have to remove this. This was previously the silhouette for that. And I also have to redo this part. I'm gonna go ahead and refine this part a bit. Okay, this part needs to be a bit brighter. Just gonna see if this will work. Might be a bit too bright. Let me go ahead and add a bit of shadow to it. Okay, I think that's pretty much it for now. I'll probably do a bit more refining after. Probably should retouch the nails, since I did sort of paint over them and all. Let's go ahead and color the nails first, and then maybe give her some French tips. Gonna go ahead and line the edge of the thumb. Add a tiny bit of nail bed there. And then add some highlight. Back to this hat. I'm gonna refine it a bit. Also darken the nails slightly. And I'm gonna do the same, give her a bit of French tip, add some nail bed on top, and have a bit of shine. And just going to refine the fingers a bit more. I'm gonna go ahead and clean this up a bit. Let's add some shadow. Some more shadow. And at the same time, clean up the fingers. Lock it in. Let's go ahead and add slight highlight. There we go. I'm going to add a tiny bit of highlight on the thumb. Not too much. Add a slight bit of shadow. There we go. I think that should be it. I think I covered everything. Oh yeah, I wanted to give her a cool fishbone belly button piercing. And I want to, let's see what color would look good. I was gonna go for silver. I'm gonna try to make it shiny, or at least make sure the texture is proper. Let's go for this for now. Go in with highlight. Maybe it should be like this instead. I guess I could do round and then a little dangly. Actually not sure if it just looks like a blob from afar, to be honest. Oh wait, maybe I should just keep it simple. It doesn't look okay. Nope, scrap that idea. But at least I could have the belly button piercing here. Let me see if I can do like a little fish shape. How would that look? Add the highlights. Need to be bigger. Nah, it looks funny. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it simple with the standard round piercing. Okay, add a second one down here. That should do it. Let me go down here to the shorts. I kind of want to give her like a strap here. Just going to make it a bit shiny. And I'm going to add a bit of highlight. Okay, that looks okay. I like it. I think that design fits the vibe. Create another layer underneath so I can add a bit of indentation in the skin. Okay, that should do it. What else? Let's see. Actually, I want to see if I can turn the emoji into a water emoji. So first, I'm gonna highlight. I mean, not highlight, but put shadow at the edge of the heart. Make plenty of little bubbly textures to duplicate what's going on here. And of course, after, we're gonna have a nice highlight at the center here. Just gonna blend it in. I'm going to have it a little translucent. Actually, I'm gonna have the whole emoji a little translucent. So the emoji is gonna have the same. Let's go ahead and contour the emoji with pale color. And on the side will be darker. erase a little bit of it. Gonna take this color and I'm just gonna bring it into the emoji itself. Let's go ahead and bring a bit of that in. And then I'm going to add a bit more highlight. Kind of contour the outer edge of the shadow area, and then we'll have some of it go inside the shaded area. And now it's kind of watery. Okay, I think that fits her a bit better. Oh, let me zoom in here. Let me increase the intensity. Another layer, I'm gonna use the dissolve. Let's see, I'm gonna add a highlight here. Now it's nice and glossy. That should do it. There we go. Alright, guys, that should be it for this terms of voiceover. Thank you for participating or listening, and I hope you guys have a good day or night. And I'll see you guys in the next one. So take care and have a great day. Bye, guys. Okay, I'm just gonna paint a emoji version of her. Bloop. Okay, so I'm gonna start off with a blue base and then white belly. Have the X on the belly and then some teeth. Actually, I might need to line the teeth. Okay, let's see how this looks because it might not look too great. Oh my god, it looks scary. Okay. Give it okay, you know what? Maybe I should just be lazy and put a heart. Oh god. This is probably not what I want. Maybe I should just put a heart. I'm just gonna put a heart because it's easier. It's gonna be a blue heart. Okay, and also I wanted to add some water effects around her, just to go with the composition and all. Okay, so I hope I can do this. Let's go with a neutral color. And then we're gonna get some shadow contouring the water. And then comes the highlight. I'm just gonna go ahead and do some little water droplet rendering. Might also switch this up a bit. Let's have a little bit here. Highlight first, mid-tone first, and then shadow. And then highlight. Put it up here, actually, or put it down here a bit. Then I'm gonna have to make it a little brighter if I put it there. And actually, let's do another one down here. Let's go with mid-tone first, and then the shadow. And while I'm at it, I'm going to customize the shape a bit. Oh, let me split this. Oh, wait. Have some water droplets. There, just creating some basic shapes. And so for the water shape, I'm aiming for thin with some blobby shapes towards the end. Hope this works. Oh, hold on. Mid-tone. Mid-tone and then shadow. And I'm going to kind of manipulate the shape a little. Let's see, could use one here. Let's do this. do some more blobs. Okay, and then mid-tone might be a bit too dull here, so I'm gonna make it a little more blue. Might need to switch up the position of this a bit. So we got the mid-tone, so now let's go for the shadow. Just gonna contour the droplets and stuff, or at least add a bit of shadow. Oh, I forgot to do this one down here. And last but not least, I'm gonna have another bit here. See how that looks. Hopefully it's not like too much. Maybe have it like this. And I'm just gonna do the shadow first. And this part might need to be a little bit lighter. So we got all the water splashes. Well, maybe actually I could use some up here too to complete the framing of the character. So we got a little bit everywhere, and all of them is sort of surrounding the character, which frames the character. Gonna go ahead and connect these dots. And last but not least, okay, let's go here. Grab the mid-tone on that area. Might need to be a little darker actually. I'm just going to darken this slightly and then lock in and add the shadow around it. So for the shadow, I tried to make it a little random, a little bit scribbly around the water silhouette. There. I don't know if that's enough, but yeah, I guess we can go with that for now. Maybe we can have maybe like some more strands here. I don't know how she got hair up there, but I mean water. I don't know how she got it up there, but this is all for the sake of composition and not so much gravity or reality. Lock it and then apply the shadow around each droplet. Okay, this one might maybe Might need to be maybe like here or something. Make it a little brighter. So now that I have the water base sort of done, let's go ahead and add the highlight now. So it's just gonna be a slightly brighter color. Let's go here. I'm just gonna be strategic with how I add it. Some of it is just gonna contour the shadow, and then some of it will be inside the shadow. Just gonna scribble. Whoa. Okay, if I zoom out, it actually doesn't look too bad. But if you zoom in, you can see all the little scribbles. I'm just gonna continue with that. Oh, this one's already done. Okay, now onto this one. Gonna go ahead and use a sharper brush. I think I want to use a brighter color for this as well. Bring back some of the shadow. And at the same time, I'm gonna be removing some of the areas. Back to here. Okay, go back here, select the highlight shade. Put a bit there. Gonna be putting some of the highlights towards the inside of the shadow and then some outside. I'm just gonna keep. I think this needs to be a little brighter. Actually, let me see how it would look if it was slightly translucent. Just have to highlight this bit. Highlight it here too, and then pop a highlight on the inside. Same for here. I'm just gonna highlight it with a bright color. And I think that works. Back to this area. I'm gonna go ahead and add the highlights in here. And over to this side, might be a little challenging because it's so thin. There's almost no space for highlight, to a lot of highlight. So anyways, let's continue. Add a bit here. Go up to this area. Kind of highlight around there. Go back with shadow so I can re-add some of the shaded area. I'm going to slightly erase parts of it, make it a bit translucent. Go back to highlight color. And let's see if I can highlight one side. Add some highlights here in the center. Now this part. So for this part I'm just going to align some of the droplets with a dark color. And also some smaller droplets as well. Going in with a lighter color. And then I'm going to erase a bit of it. Trying to make it somewhat translucent, then layer it on with some more highlights. There. Okay, let's see if I'm missing any small bit. I think I got it all. Well, for the most part. I guess that should be okay. Oh wait, I'm missing this. I'm just going to go ahead and do that here. Then add some shadow around. And then I'm going to slightly erase the center so to reveal a bit of the background, and then going back in with a highlight. There. Okay, now there needs to be some finishing touches, such as the clips, her hair clips. So just one side, because the other side is not visible as much. So I'm gonna go ahead and paint her little little hair clip. Here's some teeth. And then pink mouth. Let's have two little eyes. That looks funny. Okay, so got one clip here. Just going to add a bit of shadow underneath it. What else is there? There's the fishbone accessory on her hoodie, but I'm gonna be putting that on her bra. Just trying to find places for designs and stuff. Let's have it clipped here. Actually, should it be like in the center? Put it here. After I do the silhouette, I'm just going to add a tiny amount of shading, not too much. And then let's see what else. Oh yeah, she's actually, I didn't see it closely, but her tail, it's got some design to it. Let's see here. Want to be as accurate as I can be. Okay, so her tail's got some battle scars. Oh, maybe not like that. Let me redo that. And then she's got some stitches too around here. Let me go ahead and make it a bit more apparent. Add some shadow for the stitches. Gonna go ahead and add some indentation to where the line is at. Actually, maybe not that. Oh crap, I painted everything along there. Maybe not that apparent. Okay, let's go with this. Let's see, what else am I missing? Oh yeah, I wanted to put like some design on her swimwear. So I have to refine this a bit more. Okay. I think I got almost everything. Actually, I want to see I want to see if I can incorporate the teeth into our swim trunk somehow. Let's do the little teeth there, and we're gonna go ahead and add the pink. And then this, and then actually I will probably need to make this a little closer. Actually, no, wait. Maybe the other way around. Well, or I can have it here. Let's go ahead and do a rough look of how that's gonna look like. So we got the pink, and then we get the teeth. Maybe move it a little so it's not in the center. Well, actually, maybe it should be on the other side. Let's see how that looks if it was on this side. So that I can put the zipper on. I don't know, I just wanted to have the zipper somewhere in her design, but maybe not there. Let me see if I can. Okay, maybe I can have it on the side. Can have a little bit of it. Might be a bit too small. Okay, let's just try this. I'm gonna make the zipper a little bigger just to exaggerate it. And then I wanted to have like her age on the side here, but let's see, 900000000. Maybe let's bring this over a little, then have it on the other side too. And then I'm gonna have the 900. Let's go with impact. Make it bright. Let's do the size. Actually, what if this side is pale? This color.